If you say so, then we will do part 5 then. I remember about part 5. At the end of a large-scale operation, marshalling the combined might of the 3 city-states, the Warrior of Light emerges triumphant in the Praetorium. The Empire's stronghold over the realm thus broken, the leaders of Eorzea declare that the 7th Astral Era has dawned. But the celebration would prove short-lived, for there can be no light without shadow. What are we doing? Oh, we have to go back, okay. We gotta go back. Yeah, I always see like for like those alliance raids. We will see. Unfortunately, you can't do them alone, but I can see like the mechanics of like having all 3 alliances taking part of it. Alright, the price of principles. What do we have? It pleases me to see you well. You excuse me for interrupting. My lady, the gentleman from Ashgana exports has just left. I understand now why you didn't want to receive him. You did well, Tataru. Please inform the guards that we will not be receiving any further guests this evening. Thank you, my lady. Hey, Madman. Welcome, welcome. Hi, hi. Ever since we defeated Gaius from Balza and destroyed his ultimate weapon, the eyes of the world have followed our every move, scars remembering to blink. Where once we worked in secret with precious few friends and all too many enemies, we are now besieged by benefactors, each one more eager than the last to offer us his complete support. A true embarrassment of riches. Of course, every promise of patronage comes with a price. Some make their intentions known from the start, while others endeavor to engage us more subtly. Dress it how they will, the message is ever the same. We shall help you, but only if you help us. The gentleman Tataru spoke of was more brazen than most. In exchange for certain supplies, he would have us resolve a business dispute. Naturally, I refused him, as I have every other merchant of his ilk. Alas, the syndicate's overtures are not so easily rejected. When we formed the Science of the Seventh Dawn, it was with the goal of serving Eorzea, not the interest of individual Eorzeans. Our neutrality is fundamental to our cause. In my heart, I know this to be true, and yet, if accepting these offers of patronage could empower us to do greater good, might they not warrant greater consideration? Our Aldesian colleagues have been generous beyond measures, but we cannot expect them to... Forgive me, I did not mean to burden you so. Yet my urge to share this dilemma may not be wholly misguided. Might I impose upon you to consult the others? They are like to have their own opinions on this matter. Oh, Sportsbear, thank you so much. Oh, the lucky 7. Thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. Oh, Julius, hoi hoi. Oh my god. We have a lot of people to talk to. Recall you our meeting with the Admiral shortly after the Luminescent sent word of the summoning of Titan. Then mayhap you also recall my words to our host. I said unto Merwip that her people had broken their treaty with the kobolds and that the beastmen had justly responded. That we had been called to intervene in a conflict which she herself had invited. I spoke in short the truth. And wherefore did I speak it? Because owing no allegiance to Limsa, I felt no compulsion to allow the Luminescent to distort the fact to fit a narrative which justified their actions and absolved them to guilt. Upon the subject, Minfilia can expect a similar reply. Our many dalliances with the city-states have already weakened our claim to neutrality, but the path she contemplates could see us relinquish it entirely. Fortune begets power, and power fortune. That we, and especially you, have power is beyond doubt. The question is what to do with it. You may be interested to know that there is a growing belief amongst the refugees that Alamigo could be liberated, if only the Scions could commit their strength to the cause. Yet theirs is but one of many causes. We stand at a crossroad. Each path is paved with good intentions, but where they lead is far from clear. None can deny that we would benefit from more support, but if it comes at the cost of our principles, neutrality was ever a delicate matter. I lost count of the times I had to explain to people that our allegiances need not necessarily lie in the same places as our headquarters. Mind you, if we are to sell our services for Gil, we might as well declare our fealty to Ulda now and have done with it. I'm quite sure Ida would enjoy the bribes. I've been receiving a lot of gifts lately, but Papalimo keeps making me send them back. It wouldn't be so bad, but some of them are really nice. I mean, very nearly abandon your principles. Nice, you know? Like falling in love with Jesus? Tis the lot of the powerful to attract the covetous as well as the needy. Thus doth prudence dictate that those with power proffer aid with one hand whilst the others resteth ever in the hilt. Alas, we have not the luxury of time to decipher our petitioners' machinations. Nay, not while the beast tribes do labor unseen, defiant in defeat to raise up the fallen primals once more. Doubt not that they shall return stronger and bolder both, nor that we shall be the ones to meet them. The sacred charge shall ever be ours. 'Tis but a pity we are so few and our fortune so finite. Dude, my me is still depressed. My me is still so depressed. We'll probably might take like 1 or 2 more days till my me is finding in. Can't believe Ida did that. The situation is not wholly unexpected. I too have given much thought to our organization's future, though it would seem I have reached a different conclusion. Mayhap it is time I made my feelings known to the antecedent. Come along. Auf now. Is aught amiss? You desired counsel, and you shall have it. Minfilia, the scions of the Seventh Dawn must leave Ulda. We must do what? So long as we remain within Ulda territory, we will never be free to act with impunity. Moving our headquarters to Vesper Bay only delayed the inevitable. We have demonstrated our capabilities and the Syndicate has taken note. They will not suffer our organization to remain independent now. We are far too dangerous for that. Surely you realize they are the reason Vesper Base selects an Aetherite. They know full well how beneficial one would be to our cause, which is why it and other favors will be denied us unless we cooperate. If Ulda is no longer suitable, where would you have us go? Experience has taught us that the appearance of neutrality is as important as the reality. Accordingly, we must keep each of the great nations at arm's length and plant our banner in a place with all agreed to be beyond their borders. Mordona. Revenant's tall, to be precise. It lies within neutral territory and offers all the essential facilities we require. By way of an additional benefit, it is also frequented by a veritable legion of adventurers who may serve to supplement our ranks. I am, of course, conscious of the fact that we have developed a certain bond with Ulda and her people over the years, but I truly believe this to be the best course of action. As you yourself observed, we have invaluable ties to the local community, forged through years of concerted effort. Ulda is our home, Alfino. To cast aside everything we have built and start anew in that desolate wasteland would be beyond reckless. The decision is yours to make, antecedent, Jesus Christ. I ask only that you recall the shared purpose which first moved us to found the Science of the Seventh Dawn, and which moved you to found the path of the 12th Year Dan. We aspired to an ideal, you and I, just as my grandfather did, that makes us more than mere comrades in arms. We are as much your family as... That will be all, Alfino. I am sure you have some familial affairs of your own to attend to. Your concerns is most generous, but no, I have left them in the hands of men better suited to the task than I. I could not very well allow my personal affairs to come before the needs of the Order, after all. We moving. Leave Ulda, has it truly come to this? Oh, pray attend to Alfino. He is engaged in some business or other and requires your assistance. Pray be on your way. Alfino awaits upon you, and I have much to think about. Oh, and tell him he shall have my answer in due time. Pretty curious to where we go. They're like wasteland. Confound it, she knows what must be done, and still she hesitates, all because of these fanciful rumors. I should explain. Minfilia's mother, well, adoptive mother, was among the great many who perished during the calamity. Flamen was her name, though you may know her better as the songstress of Ulda. She was a performer of singular talent and much beloved by the people of Eorzea, not to mention a certain Charlayan minstrel. As you may imagine, the news of her passing was greeted with shock and disbelief by her adoring followers, many of whom refused to acknowledge what had happened. That her body was never found only served to encourage speculations. Minfilia too struggled at first to accept the truth, but as Flamen's absence stretched from months into years, she saw that there could be no other explanation. Until recently, at any rate, for whatever reason, rumors have once again begun to circulate that Flamen is alive and well. One of our informants, Father Iliad, has sent word that a woman matching the songstress description has been seen of late as the seaside resort of Costa del Sol. If we could succeed in tracking her down, I have no doubt that any worries that now plague Minfilia's heart might be assuaged. I mean to set forth for Nasia at once. Let us reconvene there and inquire with Master Gigeruju as to the veracity of these rumors. Gigeruju. Sometimes they have those names, man. Whoever named them and had a field trip. Be chilling. More fantasy? I guess it does, right? Oh, sweet siren of the sands, my Mikote muse, why have you forsaken me? Titan's bane, I mean, Mizuz. What brings you to my humble resort? Flamen? You mean to tell me the goddess made flesh who dwelt among us until so very recently was a songstress of Ulda? Hey gods, woman, if I had known then, I would have chained her to my bedpost and never let her leave. Oh, for shame, to think that she now plies her trade for the riffraff off to the west, or whatever she said she was going. It's a tragedy, I say, a tragedy. West is in. Oh, thank you, Master Gigeruju. Your information will serve as well. That said, there are many number of places she could be. I shall begin my search by the docks and see if any witnesses might have some knowledge to spare. I would be most appreciative if you could travel on to Wineport and do the same. What is that Ginyu Force post? Actual Ginyu Force pose. God. Can't believe you. I can't believe you. Well, if it isn't Mizuz, the savior of Wineport, to what do we owe the pleasure? Ah yes, we did receive a customer matching that description. She was a delight to behold, to give the woman her due, but the perfume was so ghastly, I had no choice but to eject her from the premises. Interfering with tastings, you understand? If she is your quarry, why not consult your blind associate? His olfactory perception is without peer, given that I could smell the woman from a mile away. I dare say he could smell her from 10. It's funny. It's like a little bit like distracting when like there's like nice common music in the dialogue and all of a sudden like fucking combat music all of a sudden. It's actually kind of distracting. You want to know if I've seen a Mikote lass by the name of Flamen? I wish. I haven't seen a lass of any description for far too bloody long. Excepting yourself, of course. Can't I, let me actually do that. What would that be, actually? Ah, yeah, enable normal battle music. There we go. Ah, it's good again. It's good again. You can fight as many air ranks as you want. I see you have had many grand adventures since last we spoke. You must share them with me sometime. The girl from a little while ago? One does not forget a perfume like that. So robust and intoxicating, yet simultaneously familiar, reminiscent of a bloom native to these parts in fact. I said as much when we spoke. She complimented my powers of observation and asked me where she might find some of the flowers. So I told her to follow the road south into Raincatcher Gully and then head east after crossing the second bridge. The flowers, which grow in the shade of the cliff, have the strongest scent, you see. If you make haste, you may yet find her there. Yo, Richard, whoa, 120. God damn. Thank you so much for the 120 stream streak, Richard. Big numbers, big numbers. I'm in your debt, stranger. I did not realize my activities had aroused the Gabagoo's ire until it was too late. The oils can be used to make a perfume, you see, and Laman? I don't... Who are you? Whom do you serve? It appears you've already found our woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. The songstress of Volda, I presume, Minfilia, or should I say Acilia, is looking for you. Acilia? You are the very picture of health, milady, yet the world thinks you're dead. I can only conclude that this was by design. The question is, why? Not everyone who endeavors to find me does so with the best intentions, child. You will be pleased to know that I fully intend to reveal myself to Minfilia when the time is right. Oh, well, that has pleased me, more than you know. But tell me, sojourns in the forest of La Lucia aside, when exactly will the time be right? When I deem it so, do you imagine I traveled all the way on a whim? As I was telling your associate prior to your intrusion, I came here to harvest these flowers for use in a perfume. Does that satisfy your curiosity, or would you interrogate me further? My apologies for the interruption. Anyway, now that we have all that which we came for, might we continue this conversation in a safe local wine port, I say? Oh my god, you're just fishing again. You're just fishing again. I heard that line casting. This is not at all how I envision it. I can scarce begin to imagine what emotions will go through Minfilia's heart when she reunites with her mother after all these years. You say my daughter awaits us in Vesper Bay, yes? I have kept her waiting long enough. Let us be off on the next ferry. I can finish fashioning the perfume along the way. Understood. Come with me. It would be my pleasure to escort you to the Waking Sands. Oh, thanks. The game puts me to the Waking Sands already. That's amazing. Antecedent, I have a guest. Lamen? Acilia? haven't seen her like this in years. I never truly believed it when they told me you were dead, but what kept you away for so long? The Imperials came for me, as I always knew they would, and so I resolved to stay as far away from you as I could, lest the pursuit of me endanger you and our cause. I could think of no better way to grant you the freedom to continue our work, and continue it you did, achieving things I would not have imagined possible. I followed your every success and celebrated in secret. I'm so proud of you, Cilia. I learned from the best. I have a gift for you. Calcedia perfume, you remember it? How could I ever forget? You wore it all the time. If ever I lost sight of you, I could find you again by just following my nose. I did not think it was made anymore. You must have gone to so much trouble. It was no trouble to me, my darling. I fear I cannot say the same for Mrs. However, I could have not made it without her. Thank you both. There's something else. This is the cat's eye I found. All these years you kept it. My father was a member of the Ala-Migan resistance. When I was yet a child, he brought me here to Ulda. The accident which claimed his life happened shortly after our arrival. It was Lamin who took care of me then. She raised me as her own, taught me everything I needed to know to survive. I'm no stranger to the facts of your history, yet I fear I have failed to grasp the implications. It is clear that there is much I do not know about you and your mother both. Are you Flosh? One of her first lessons to me concerned mining, and I was a very dedicated student. This cat's eye was the first stone I unearthed. It wasn't much, but of course, I was exceedingly proud to have found it nonetheless. So I gave it to Lamin as a gift. She said it was beautiful, but there I am at a loss. Why are you returning this to me? Is something amiss? Hey, your guy. Story so far? Story's good so far. We're doing like the past Realm Reborn story now. We're still like super early in the game. Like this game for like what, like 30-40 hours and still like super early in the game. No, Cilia, nothing is amiss. Quite the opposite. I need you to realize how far you've come and how much further you must still go. You and your allies have accomplished more than I could ever have hoped. You have succeeded where I failed, and made me so proud that words fail me. But even as I marvel at the woman you have become, and at all the many things you have done, I cannot help but think of that which you have yet to do, and of what it may entail. Cilia, daughter, you cannot stay here anymore. You and the science must leave Ulda. Lamin. You built it once, Cilia. You can build it again. And this time we will do it together. Truly? Off you now. The time has come for the Science to leave Vesper Bay. We shall establish a new headquarters in Revenant's Hall as you proposed. Much work lies ahead of us. Inform our fellow Science and send word to the students of Baldesion. Preparations begin at once. Laying the foundation. It is all well and good that we have found ourselves a new home in Revenant's Hall, but there's so much to be done and in so little time. Our first step will be to secure the cooperation of the Adventurers Guild representatives there. Were it not for the guild's considerable efforts, the original Camp Revenant's Hall would have... Stop farting, man! Would have never been established, much less its more heavily fortified successor. However, with construction still ongoing and resources in short supply, it seems certain that the guild will require something in return for the support, sympathetic to our cause though they may be. Whatever they ask, I shall not begrudge it. To be plain, we need them more than they need us. Without their assistance, such essential tasks as securing the facilities, cultivating relationships with local merchants, and recruiting adventurers would prove difficult, if not impossible. You need not concern yourself with such matters, antecedent. Really, Alfina, if I need concern myself with anything, it is surely matters such as these. Indirectly, perhaps, I submit that you might instead concern yourself with a different matter, namely to whom the resolution of such matters might best be entrusted. And here I am. Nor do I come alone. May I present the esteemed emissary of the Adventurers Guild at Revenant's Hall? It is an honor, Antecedent. Upon receiving word of your intentions from Master Alfina, we thought it's best to begin talks at the earliest available opportunity. Now that my associates at Revenant's Hall hold the science of the Seventh Dawn in the highest regard, we should be honored to welcome your organization. There are, of course, certain provisions which must needs be negotiated. If it please you, I would do so. It does. Madam, unless I am much mistaken, you are the one known as Mizuz. Are you not? May I say what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. Slavborn spoke of you in the most glowing terms. To steal an Imperial Reaper and then use it to infiltrate the Garlean Castrum is an undertaking few would contemplate, and fewer would still survive. You shall always be welcome at Revenant's Hall. We hope you will favor us with your presence again ere long. Whoa, congratulations, Tavi, 5,000! Like a year too late, because we couldn't keep up with your toxicity. Well, it would seem your reputation precedes you. Mayhap I should dispatch you to Revenant's Hall with all haste, as first intended. But before that, I dare say, you have earned yourself a rest. After all, you have traveled so far, and there's already so much you have done for us and for me. We will speak again, Aenon. Till then, take care. Were you able to get some rest? I would ask you to come with me to the Solar. Alfie now has just returned, and it would seem there is something he would share with us. Have a safe drive home, Donut. You're here. Good. I come bearing news. The negotiations are concluded. And? Our friends at the Adventurers Guild have agreed to furnish us with new facilities and material support in exchange for our assistance in the ongoing defense and development of Revenant's Toll. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn shall have a new home in Mordona, the Rising Stones. A bittersweet victory, if truth be told. I cannot deny that I had come to look forward to Tartarus' tales of our many guests and their many demands. From the waking sands to the rising stones, passably poetic. That wasn't your doing, was it? I too have news to share. In expectations of this momentous day, I personally informed the Alliance leader of our plans, and they have each pledged their full support, General Rauban included. Moreover, I have decided that the time is right for us to cast off the vestiges of our order's veil of secrecy and announce ourselves to the world. Are you sure that is wise, Antecedent? If anything, it is a mere formality. Our existence is quite possibly the worst kept secret in Eorzea. Let us affirm our identity, proclaim our achievements, that all may know what the Scions of the Seventh Dawn stands for. Well, obviously risks apart, it would be nice to receive a little more recognition. And the people have a right to know who saved them. It is my hope that this gesture will encourage the people of Eorzea to place their trust in us. I would reveal to them the true extent of our power, yes, but in doing so, I would show them that it is a power accountable to no one and at once to all. And what of us? We should have felled Primalt and faced down the Empire. To you, my fellow Scions, I would say this: prepare for the challenges which lie ahead, for they will be great indeed. Ryan, I say, yet no greater than us, and we will rise to them as we have time and again, united as one. There must be some way I can... Wait, that area is said to be rich in minerals. Maybe I should ask Flamen to teach me the basics of mining too. Do you ever wonder how he does it? Alfino, I mean. It was almost predictable that he should appear with an emissary of the Adventurers Guild mere moments after I expressed the need to forge ties between our organizations. Surely his sense of timing rivals even your own. Setting such mysteries aside for the present, I have a task for you. I would like you to deliver these documents to Slavborn. They concern our forthcoming move. Take care on the road and represent us well. Sure thing. And do. I was sure to expect a Scion, but I didn't expect it to be you. It has been far too long. You have something for me, yes? Look at this. Let's see now. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You'll be staying with us for a while, yes? With that, we had a dozen more like you. Since we don't, though, we will just give you the work of a dozen men. I just... Back to do the work of a dozen men, I see. But I jest. Even I can appreciate that an important woman such as yourself has little time for menial tasks. But since you're here, mayhap you'd been keen on having a look around the Scion's new home. See that impressive structure over there? That's the place. It was originally built to house a branch of the guild, you see. As such, it comes complete with a tavern where adventurers can rest from the road, fill their bellies with good food and drink, and their ears with tales of fortunes to be had about the realm. It may get a bit raucous at times, but I imagine it will be as good a place as any to recruit capable men and women to your cause. Come with me, I'll show you around. Is that you? I'm quite sorry to interrupt, but I have a most urgent news. We received grim tidings from Gridania, and it would appear our aid is required at once. I must ask you to report back to the Waking Sands with all due haste. Is everything quite alright, friend? I can't say I'm privy to the details, but it would appear this is no time for a leisurely tour. But no worries, you can rest assured that I'll see to all necessary arrangements. Pray return any time after you've seen to your more pressing matters. I wonder what it is. I wonder. Someone is queuing for a dungeon. A messenger from the Twin Nether came to the Waking Sands while you were in Mordana. I wasn't privy to this conversation with the antecedent, but I did see the look on her face after he took his leave. Something is definitely amiss. Could it be that the Ixal have summoned Garuda again, or mayhap Imperial forces have been sighted within the shroud? But whatever it may be, I'm absolutely certain it's nothing you can't handle. No, go and ask the antecedent if there's anything you can do. It's something worse? Uh-oh. I knew this day would come, yet I prayed it would not come so soon. We have a reason to believe that another primal, or an entity resembling one, has been summoned in Gridania. Thine arrival is customarily timely. The etheric waves leave little room for doubt. Thy talents will be needed ere long. If there be truth in my suspicions, 'tis a familiar woe we face, though one quite unlike the Lady of the Vortex. Bro, I wanna fight Odin. Man, I wanna fight Odin. We dare not draw conclusions without evidence, but as Orangi says, the readings bear a strong resemblance to one observed more than 5 years ago. Though I had hoped the Muggles scarred beyond such follies. Suffice it to say, this disturbance warrants a full investigation. Thy presence hath been requested by the commander Hulo. Hulos? He awaiteth thee at the Other's Nest. Pray hasten to Gridania. Ida and Papalibo will rendezvous with you there. May you walk in the light of the crystal. I don't know if I have it unlocked, to be honest. Maybe I have, maybe I don't. I guess we will see. Jesus Christ, man. A pleasure to see you as always. Thank you for answering my summons. Quite frankly, I could think of no one more qualified to... but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Allow me to explain. Hail to the King Kupo. Not long ago, the Mughal Kuplokop visited the Adder's Nest to request an audience with the Elder Seetsier. He spoke of an imminent threat to all Mughal-kind, one which would imperil the entire 12th Sword if left unchecked. You proved an able ambassador to the Sylphs, and we would have you reprise the role in our dealings with the Mughals. The rest you should hear from Kuplokop himself. He awaits you with the Elder Seetsier at the Lotus Stand. The other Scions have already arrived, madam. May I show you in? Hating on Mughals? I mean, that's kinda deserved, right? Please, you have to stop them, but you mustn't kill them. They are not bad Mughals, Kupo. They are just misguided. A gentle, no firm thrashing is in order. Yes, but no. Calm yourself, Kuplokop. Can you not see that she hasn't the faintest idea what you're talking about? Be quiet this instant. Pray forgive his witless outburst, sister. Most grateful I am that you have come. And upon such short notice, truly Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. But you are doubtless eager to know wherefore we summoned you. Our friend Kuplokop has brought us news of a most unsettling development. It would seem that good King Mughal Mok the 12th has returned to Eorzea. A curious thing to hear, I know. Truth to tell, I myself cannot say for sure if he is a genuine figure from history or some manifestation of Mughal mythology. Kuplo here would have me believe the former. Once upon a time we Mughals served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there, unspeakably beautiful, unimaginably spacious, and with a literal endless supply of wine, Kupo. In spite of this, or possibly because of the last part, the gods eventually became discontented and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for the poor Mughals. So good King Mughal Mok the 12th, may his glorious name live forever, decreed that the time had come to leave Kupo. The realm of man would suffice, he said, so all the Mughals should live there instead. Unfortunately, the two realms are so far apart that we couldn't safely fly down, but good King Mughal Mok the 12th, may his miraculous foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Kupo. He had a rope, you see, the longest one ever woven. This he nobly held while his subjects climbed all the way down to the world below. And that is how we Mughals came to this land, Kupo. All of us, except good King Mughal Mok the 12th, may his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He alone would remain in the heavens, so that Mughal-kind might at last know peace. Except that he has not remained in the heavens, from what I understand, that being your reason for contracting us, yes? I'll bet he tied the rope to something. Good thinking. Remind me again what the problem was with him returning to Eorzea. The problem, Ida, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It is our belief that good King Mughal XII is a myth made manifest via means akin to those employed by the beast tribes in the summoning of the gods. Wait, you're saying a handful of Mughals with a boatload of crystals wished really hard and he just sort of appeared? Would that even work? What I cannot fathom is why they would even try. With Garuda humbled and the Ultima weapon destroyed, what new threat could have prompted them to take so drastic a measure? Might that not in itself be the answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought onto the very brink of destruction, only to be spared at the last by the heroics of a chosen few. To you, who braved those tempests and survived the virtue of your own strength, this latest period of peace will doubtless seem a welcome respite. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, who were spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. I think the Mughals guards are afraid of what tomorrow will bring, and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. That fear has driven them to call upon a greater power, one they believe can be relied upon to protect their loved ones and their homes, come what may. I assure you, the Mughals guard only want to protect the forest from outsiders, but ever since the return of good King Mughal XII, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, they have started to get a little carried away, Kupal, verging on a lot in fact. Like the sylphs who summoned Ramu, you mean? We cannot discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Mughals in a manner similar to that of a primal. We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever the king may be, it is our belief that he poses a threat not only to Mughalkind but to Gridania as a whole. Thus we beseech you, confront good King Mughal XII and drive him from our midst. Humbly, I thank you. The sanctuary of the Mughals' guard and their liege lord is concealed by magical wards. Brother Isumiyan of the Conjurer's Guild would doubtless be able to offer insight on how they might be dispelled. Pray seek his counsel ere you proceed any further. Okay, wife. Wife. Welcome, welcome. That you should be the one to face good King Mughal XII is of great comfort to me and to the elements both. I am sure you know the Mughals are not by their nature a warlike race. Yet should the king be suffered to remain, it is like that his influence will bring about a change in them. As those, it behoove us to defeat him quickly, before any lasting damage is done. Make whatever preparations you deem necessary and inform me when you are ready to seek the king. The ward bearing access to the king's sanctuary can only be nullified through the use of enchanted keystones. The self-same method employed 5 years ago when first the king was summoned to Eorzea. It was with great regret that we were forced to sanction the slaying of the guardians who then held the keystones, when none were in possession at the time. But by the grace of the elementals, however, we have been spared that burden on this occasion. Kublokop confided in me that he had been entrusted with a set of keystones by the Mogul's guard themselves, yet wishing not to betray the confidence, he begged me to find some other means to gain entry to the king's sanctum. Alas, I have been unable to do so and dare not labor any longer. For fear that the Mughals might succumb to the corruption influence of their liege lord. We must needs have Kublokop's keystones. Pray go to him and beg his assistance. He awaits you at the West Shore Pier. Impress upon him our great need, and I am certain he will yield. Motherfucker, he's on the other side. Wait, Lancer's Guild. Conjurer's Guild, alright. So, how will you do it, Kupo? Oh, he told you about that. Well, if there's truly no other way, I'll do it, Kupo. Take the ferry to Sweet Bloom Pier. I'll go on ahead. Those are big Mughals, goddamn. Don't you dare lie to me, Kupo. I know what you're planning and I won't allow it. Open your eyes, Kupo. The king will never be satisfied, no matter how many crystals you bring them. We offered you a choice, and this is how you repay us, by consorting with this aura. Imperials, Gridanians, Sylphs, you are no different from the rest of them. Actually, you are worse, Kupo. Traitor to his king's Mughals, or kin's Mughals. He plots treason against the crown. Enough, Kublokop will answer for his crimes soon enough, as will all who defy the will of good King Mughal XII. May he reign forevermore, Kupo. The king is planning to purge the 12's wood for his enemies, Kupo. We've got to stop him before it's too late. The entrance to Thornmarsh is deep within the bramble patch, Kupo. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward, but be warned, the Mughals guard has set traps to lure enchanted beasts. I can't hide from them, so you'll need to protect me, Kupo. Man. Keep going, Kupo. Well, I did. I just want to be sure that he actually follows me. I'm missing the music now. Sadly, I can't add some red, really. Want me to later do some more Turbo Dutch? I need to make some clothing, man. Something that I wanted to do yesterday, but then everyone is like, I want to join the islands. I'm like, sure, I add you. D2 Diable? Oh. We're here, Kupo. I don't see any more bees, do you? Are you ready to face the king, Kupo? And then step closer to the ward. Raise your hand and focus, like when you're tuned to an aetheryte, Kupo. I'll open the way for you. The rest is up to you, Kupo. Now go and teach those foolish Mughals a lesson and send the king back whence he came. Thorn March hard. I actually need a fourth. That's actually unlucky. It's an 8-person one? I have the cube probably. Oh, we can just do unsync it, right? Those Mughals. Damn. Oh, it's just like an arena fight, huh? Hey, Jeremy. Oh my god. The music. It's Freddy. I'm doing fine. I'm a bit sleepy though. I'm okay. Even though we're still too strong. I mean, we can't do anything against them. Nothing we can do. You did it, Kupo. You did it. Good King Mugelmog the 12th. May his mighty soul rest in peace. Is no more. I shudder to think what might have happened had you not stopped the Mogul's guard when you did. Thank you. Perhaps now they'll come to their senses and start playing at fairy tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have choice words for them too. You should go and tell Puknipak that the king is no more, Kupo. She is with Raya O at Camp Tranquil and can relay the news to the chieftain. Do I dare believe my ears? Good King Mugelmog, may his magnificent virtue serve as an example to us all, has fallen? All Mugelkind owes you a debt, Kupo. Ah, and I sense Raya O wishes to congratulate you as well. I shall let you two speak without fear of interruption. Your bravery in service to the 12swood and to Mugel shall not be forgotten. My sister will doubtless wish to hear the tale of his great victory from the mouth of the woman responsible. Pray return to the Lotus Stand and treat her to a full account of these days' events, while the details are yet fresh in your mind. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like today is like a super weird day. I feel like no one is really available today. It's a job, people. I mean, not even that, right? Like usually Friday was like always like a bit better, right? I just like when I look at like yeah, it's just just one of those days, I'm guessing. The elder Sitsi is expecting you, madam. May I show you in? Yes. You returned to us unharmed and victorious, thus I have 2 reasons to be glad. Yet many questions remain unanswered. If you would be so kind as to oblige me, I would fain hear all that occurred in Thornmarch. Then it was as we feared. The king really is a primal. But he really isn't, is he? I mean, the Mughals don't worship him for one thing. He's not even a god to them. That doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard of. Then mayhap the fault lies with the definition, and the fact remains that through a combination of the power contained in crystals and the force of the collective faith, the Mughals called forth a being that by rights should not exist. Moreover, when slain, said being left no corpse, the ether which comprised him instead being scattered to the 4 winds. According to the accepted definition, he may not be a primal, but the mode of his manifestation was in every respect the same. Which means... Ashians. This whole business reeks of their handiwork. Upopo. They said it was a masked man who had taught them how years ago, but Gridania has no shortage of masked men, and I never thought to question. Confound it all, how many more will they ensnare with their tainted gifts? How many I fear? Too many I fear. So long as there are paragons to stir the embers, fools to build the pyre, and crystals to feed the flames, ever and again shall we suffer a primal visitation. A somber thought, but a solitary one. My heartfelt thanks. Already the information you have provided has proven invaluable. The Grand Serpent Marshal and I have much to discuss. Before you do, my lady, I was hoping we might finish discussing that other matter. The matter of which you speak has even now been settled. The Scions shall not want for support. We shall be glad to send additional supplies to Revenant's Hall. We knew we could count on you, my lady. While Ida and I remain to discuss the particulars of our arrangement with the Elder Sitsia, mayhap you could return to the Waking Sands and apprise the antecedent of all that has transpired. Oh, thanks? Wait, what? Wait, what did I do? Oh. Oh wait, you get the badge because you're in my chat? Cool. It is good to see you hale and healthy. I received words from Ida and Papolimo that you had felt a good King Moogle mock the 12th, but I had hoped to hear your version of the tale. So it was as they said, summoned with the same methods used by the Beast Tribes and taught by the Ashians. Though unfortunate, this incident did at least serve to remind the Elder Seedseer of our usefulness. Her offer of additional support could not have come at a better time. My thanks. Owing to the tireless efforts of all concerned, we are at long last ready to bid farewell to Vesper Bay. So as to avoid drawing undue attention, we shall make the journey to Revenant's Toll in small groups, departing at irregular intervals. Lest you doubt, it is still my intention to conduct future operations openly, but on the particular occasion, the need for caution overrides all other concerns. We moved north as one ponderous caravan will only serve to invite attack. It seemed only right that I should be the last to leave, and I would have you remain with me until the end. Upon my departure, the Waking Sands will formally cease to be our headquarters, and the premises will be given into the care of Uranji. I had thought to relinquish this property, but he was quite adamant, and I had not the heart to disagree. These walls have borne witness to some of the brightest and darkest moments in our Order's history. Mayhap it is best that we do not forsake them entirely. Uranji shall remain here and devote his energies to studying the nature of primals. By the grace of the 12, he will one day discover the permanent solution that we have sought for so long. Of course, we will not be alone. Alice shall continue to work closely with him as well. Should they require our assistance, I have their assurance that they will not hesitate to contact us. Speaking of Uranji, would you inquire of him if any tasks remain undone? I cannot escape the feeling that I have forgotten something important. Orange. I should have made him orange. Thou art ever welcome, but I require no assistance. Pray take thy leave, unburdened by concern of my well-being. Verily, thy countenance bespeaks a desire to quit this place without further delay. Mayhap thou thinkest that this chapter of our tale concluded, that these halls should rightly be consigned to the annals of history. In man's eagerness to seize the future, how readily he doth set down the past. Full many a proud pioneer hath bravely stridden into the great unknown, only to find the banner of the ancestor faded by the eons. And still man glorieth in his discoveries. 'Tis through his pride that wisdom doth ever give way to ignorance, while they who lurk in shadows remain hidden, lost no sooner than they are found. Be not offended, thy conduct hath ever been beyond reproach, despite thy surpassing strength and all thy many victories. Thou hast never been so convicted of thine own greatness as to imagine thyself above the failings of thy forebears. Mayhap it is the echo which hath opened thine eyes to the lessons of history. Would that the same could be said of... Hey NG, hoi hoi. Ah! Whence came that cry? The Solar 12 forfend, the antecedent. She tripped. You must. And it's kind of nice to have like superpowers, right? To see what actually happened while he went there. Tell me, Loisoir, would you have done the same? Loisoir Leveleux was a remarkable man, wise beyond mortal measure, but that I had met him prior to his passing. An Ashian here? How? How readily you see, you are indeed gifted, antecedent. But you're not like the others, you're robes. Gifted but ignorant, yet I shall not judge you harshly. The fault lies with your forebears. It has been millennia. Mine are the robes of an emissary. Unlike he who came before, I have no quarrel with you. He who... You speak of Lahabred? Lahabred is a warrior. He fought. He fell. He may yet learn from his mistakes. Then he's still... Come. I only confirm that which you already knew. There is no cessation, no oblivion, only expulsion. What a... We are ready when you are, my lady. If there's nothing else... Is something the matter? I feel the same way, and after everything that had happened here, it feels strange to leave, but I'm sure we will soon get used to Revenant's toll. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart whenever you're ready. It is only to be expected. She lacks the gift and the knowledge both. To her we are indistinct. I do not understand. Shadowless, fleshless, formless. What truth there is in each tale is diluted by time and telling. Knowledge dictates expectations, and expectations colors perception. Thus did she perceive naught. So it is with all but a chosen few. Even you, when young, could not yet see with eyes unclouded. You know nothing about me, nothing. The gift grants you clarity, it grants you focus. With it, you may, in time, come to see us as we are, rather than this crude approximation. Lahabred did not think so highly of the Echo. Lahabred is wrong about a great many things. The Echo is indeed a gift, albeit one you have yet to master. And if we did? There would be no strife between our peoples, for we would be of one mind. I leave as I came, in peace, antecedent. May we meet again as friends. Wait, stay where you are. Mayhap I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy she shields her children from his grace with such resolve. Was it also by her hand that you survived the ardor? I wonder. I take it there's no need to explain. So if you're concerned, he did me no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill. I heard a cry. What happened? Are you alright? You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I could fetch you a flask of my special tonic. RNG, send word to the students of Baldesian. Tell them to scour the archives, the forbidden tomes in particular. If there's any reference to an Ashian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it. An Ashian, my lady? Was that what gave you cause to cry out? I did, but moments ago glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sands, yet Ashians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would one be so brazen? I know not I know not and care not. Find him. Turn every stone in Vesper Bay if you have to. Pray attend to me, Tataru. As I made Neko. Oh, yeah, we need to do Neko Arc as well in Tomodachi, but we need our Neko Arc. We need her. 100%. I forgot about Neko Arc. God, yes. Yeah, no, I need her. I need her. You don't understand. I am told that you are the warrior of light, but I would know for myself. I shall walk north, and you may choose to follow. Know, however, that you will be waylaid if you do. You may even perish. Should you survive, we shall speak anon. Your Peppa Pig as a pet. Sure, we can do. There's so many things I want to do in Tomodachi. There's just not enough time. There you are. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I thank you for granting me this indulgence. None save she who bested Lahabred could endure such an examination. Have the laws of man grown so twisted in my absence that it is now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? You bore witness to my audience with the antecedent, did you not? Then you know I acted only in self-defense. I realize the same cannot be said of Lahabred. Even amongst his brethren, he is considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for through them we discovered you, one so strong in the gift that she could cast us out. Your mother favors you still, that much is plain, but surely you must feel it. Your influence wanes, and her strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world, all shall soon change. As it was, so shall it be again, as it should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives, if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I'm Elidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of the one true God, and we shall meet again. Elidibusi. The bussy. Maybe he's gonna be important. Thank the gods you've returned. After you left, I began to worry that I might have sent you to your doom. I take it our visitor proved elusive. Beg pardon, he was waiting for you? What did you do? What did he say? As it was, so shall it be again. Of when does he speak? And of what exactly? These words of this Elidibusi portend much but reveal nothing, save perhaps a measure of disdain for Lahabren. I had hoped for answers, but it seems I shall have to be content with a wealth of additional questions. Let us set aside the matter of this Ashian until after we have completed our move to the Rising Stones. There is but one final favor I would ask of you before I depart. I believe I mentioned before that my father was a member of the Alamigan resistance. The truth, however, is more complicated than that. As far as the Empire knew, he was their spy. He maintained the deception for nigh on half a decade, furnishing the resistance with vital Imperial secrets, while feeding his paymaster subtly conceived misinformation. When he died some 15 years ago, my father left behind his journal, which I have closely guarded ever since. It contains every shred of information he and his agents could steal on what they believe to be the single greatest threat in Eorzea, the Primals. Its wisdom has guided me through the years, though there is much within I still do not understand. It is my hope that Uranji will fare better. Tell him to treat it with care. It is all I have left of my family. Do it yourself! I'm not your fucking errand boy. Do it yourself. Yes, you are. I thought thee departed to what end dost thou linger? The father's final bequest, the daughter's lifelong labor. It is no small thing to surrender such a cherished memento. Well can I imagine the antecedent's pain. Upon mine honor, I swear to spare no efforts in the study of these materials, lest my lady's sacrifice be in vain. This is Minfilia, forgive me, but I could wait no longer. I have departed for the Rising Stones. If you have yet to. Once you have given the journal to Orangi, I bid you come to the 7th heaven in Revenant's Hall. Tataru will be there to show you inside our new headquarters. Assuming you have already attuned to it, you may wish to make use of our new Aetherite in Revenant's Hall. After all, it is right on our doorstep. Yeah, it's such a fucking bitch. First I have to do it and then she can't even wait for me. Horrible person. Horrible. Oh, you're here. Good, good. We were all wondering when you would show up. Well, I would be here sooner. As I was just telling your restive receptionist here, I am pleased to inform you that all the documents have been prepared and all signatures signed, and the Rising Stones is officially yours. Splendid. From this day forward, I will spare no effort in seeing that it is as welcoming and comfortable a home for us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces. Most of the men and women you see around here in Revenant's Toll are adventurers who come and go as they wish. I dare say that should make it easier for you to go about your business here. And it shouldn't hurt that she here has already made something of a name for herself, isn't that so? While it's wonderful to hear, rest assured that this receptionist will work just as hard to see that our efforts do not skip a beat despite their relocation. And with that, I do believe it's time you officially announce your presence to everyone inside. The Antecedent and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you. So many people here. Asmund Bold. That's such a big upgrade. So big. Well, it is certainly spacious. Today marks a new beginning of the science of the Seventh Dawn, for today we declare our independence. We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve all of Eorzea's people proudly and openly. But this does not mean that we will sever our ties with the Eorzean alliance. On the contrary, the Antecedent and I shall endeavor to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political consideration to influence our decision. Our identity remains unchanged, and thus our cause. We are the Science of the Seventh Dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea. For Eorzea! Enjoy walking the cat Sola. A moment of your time, I would speak of a Lady Bussy. Pardon the intrusion, my lady, but the matter which bringeth me will admit no delay. Mine every attempt to contract the students of Baldesion hath been met with silence. No one will respond? How odd, allow me to try. The response, surely they would not ignore us. They have never yet. My lady, I fear we must assume the worst. No, no, I will not believe it. An outpost, perhaps, but not their headquarters. Their walls are beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate the sanctum unnoticed. But for those who lack the gift of the knowledge both, oh no. Contact the agents in the field at once. If aught has befallen the students of Baldesian, they may know of it. Though the thought of it pains me, until such time as we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek another source of information on Eridibus. 'Tis possible that others in the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however, they are unlike to yield it unconditionally. Do what you must. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visit from the crimson-clad Ashian, perhaps? Or Orca? Or Puce? And which of our allies will then fall silent? For a time I thought we had gained the upper hand. When you shattered the crystal of darkness and cast out Lahabret, I dared to hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Ashian's menace. But I was wrong. He endures and may yet return. Upon that point, I have no doubt that Eridibus spoke true. Yet there must be a way to destroy them utterly, a way to spare this world their unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand. I discern them all around, and disturbance is too great and too numerous to be dismissed as a mere coincidence. Doubtless the paragons are involved, but how and to what end is far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one. Ah, my stalwart hero, your face is a picture of resolve. I know that you will be ready when the time comes. With luck, however, that will not be for a while yet. Pray return to your private affairs with my blessing. Should anything arise, you will be informed. Krill? Krill? Where are you? Where are you? Krele? Krale? Your intercession was not foretold. You object? We question. Our plans are in motion. Your intentions unclear. They survived the Seventh Order and are stronger now in the gift. Does it not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will, so too shall I. We labor not at cross purposes. The wisdom of his plan shall become apparent in time, when the veil is lifted from their eyes. And at long last, they see. Surely there are no rest for the weary. Scars had I begun to make myself at home when I received a request for assistance from Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. It would appear the storehouse in Horizon has been the target of a series of covert robberies. Minor as they seem in isolation, occasional discrepancies in the manifests were long dismissed as clerical errors. It was only during the concern's annual audit that a pattern became apparent. Significant quantities of crystals, and only crystals, were missing. I need hardly tell you what that may imply. The brass blades charged with investigating the thefts believe that someone within the concern is selling the crystals for profit. Alias, they have yet been unable to identify a likely suspect, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by the lack of progress. Needless to say, I would not have agreed to intervene had the stolen goods been of merely monetary value. If there is even a possibility that the thief acts not out of self-interests, but in service of a primal, we can ill afford to wait for the blades to realize their mistakes. Pray apart for Horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with Y'shtola when you arrive. She and Thancred have already begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the three of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do. Y'shtola. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, why is showing armpits? What the fuck? Ah, your assistance is most welcome. I have already spoken at length with the brass blades of the Rose, albeit to little avail. It would seem that the thieves took great pains to conceal their activities. I could go into further detail, but your time might better be spent in conversation with Fufulupa. He is the officer charged with leading the investigation, and I would only be repeating that which he related to me. If aught eluded my attention, mayhap it will not elude yours. Oh, hello there. Y'shtola is said to expect you. Terrible business, these thefts. We have yet to confirm the quantity of crystals stolen, but I dare say it may be greater than. But never mind that, I have news to share. A short while ago, the driver of a heavily laden carriage refused to halt for inspection and broke through one of our checkpoints on the Royal Elegant Sunway. Chia! The car bolted off towards Eastern Thanalan, where, thank the gods, I hear that our colleagues were able to apprehend them without further incident. A speeding carriage, that would seem a curious choice for thieves as such proven cunning, yet the Amalja do have a foothold in Eastern Thanalan. I'm on the chopping block today, what the fuck did I do? Hope your internet has recovered. Well, yeah, it's doing fine. And what of their cargo? Did they carry the crystals we seek? We should be receiving a report any moment now, but I fail to see what else it could. Did you miss me, friends? I am back, but I fear I come bearing disappointing news. Or on second thought, perhaps it's good news after all. Thancred, wherever have you been off to? I figured you had everything under control here, so I just took a brief excursion to the east to check up on our Amaljan friends. And wouldn't you believe it, I happened upon a runaway carriage on the way and even was able to do my small part to help my friends in the brass blades intercepted. In all my years, I have never seen such a prodigious quantity of sumness. The blades were calling it one of the greatest hauls they've ever seen. The stolen crystals, on the other hand, were nowhere to be found. Is that so? Alice, I suppose we have no choice but to resume our church elsewhere. We should reassess our options as well. Come with us. Did you know? This is Thancred? Oh my god, I can't believe this is Thancred. Oh my god. Got the fat cat as well. Against all expectations, it would seem the Amolja are innocent of this particular spate of crimes. By all indications, they have yet to replenish the stores of crystals exhausted during their last attempt to summon Ifrit. What I can't fathom is why anyone else would go to such length to obtain crystals and in such quantities. It cannot be that we are dealing with simple thieves. If their motives were profit, why would they limit their trade to crystals alone? Plainly, we are missing something. While you think about what it might be, I shall inform Uranji of our progress, or lack thereof.
Now then.
Voice acting jump scare.
'Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
No fucking way, that was it?
Indeed.
Okay.
I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Oh, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's toll. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we traveled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
Who is this? Any bright ideas? A solitary flash of insight? No? Well then, for want of a better suggestion, I say we try picking Fufulupa's brain again. Who knows, if we work together we may yet find something of use nestled away within it. But it's good to see you return. I have given some thoughts on the matter, and I have just hit upon a most disturbing possibility. How could I have been so blind? Calm yourself, Fufulupa. What is this disturbing possibility of which you speak? I was contemplating as to how the thieves' activities escaped our notice for so long, and then it came to me. What if there is someone among our own ranks conspiring with them, a traitor in our own midst? It would be most unfortunate if your fears proved well-founded, Fufulupa. Indeed, if for reason of security the concern decided to transfer the remaining crystals stored in Horizon to another location, their plans would be discovered at the moment the brass blades were informed. But such a shipment would surely be well guarded, and with thieves as wily as ours risk open confrontation. Mayhap not, but neither would the concern be eager to present them with such an obvious target. Nay, they might instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret, to entrust the goods to, let us say, a lone Mikoti miner, traveling without escort so as not to attract undue attention. But who? Ah, I see. Yes, the concern may well elect to do that, but to travel with such much cargo would be a strenuous task indeed, and this miner would certainly need to rest upon the way, mayhap north of the bridge to Amelia. A fine spot for a rest, would you not agree? You lie in wait to the north, and I shall do the same to the south. Forgive me, my friends, but I have received new orders. I must inform my men at once. Call me a cynic, but unspoken. Thank you, Sushi. 70 months.
XIV Unspoken's just subscribed for 70 months. Mizuz.
Unspoken. I'm okay. I'm a bit tired. Hope you're doing okay. Thank you, Sushi. 70 months. So thank you so much, Unspoken. Thank you. Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. See that you come prepared to offer them some encouragement. Yeah, that could be a... I'm glad you're here for that long, Unspoken. And always like, that's completely fine. That is completely fine. What the fuck? Why am I rage baiting? You're just insulting me all the time. Step into the lance as expected. You unharmed? A gang of sea wolf thieves and Nathaniel no less. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Sea wolves, all of them? Aye, and all with the same taste and facial tattoos, blue in case you were wondering. Our thieves are a long way from home. Angry, if you would be so good as to attend to the outstanding matters in Horizon, I have inquiries to do, or to make. To Horizon then, Fufulupa will want to hear about your meeting with the thieves. On behalf of the Brass Blades of the Rose, I thank you for your service to Horizon. But we have not been idle while you were afield. We succeeded in identifying the traitor within our ranks. Is that so? Then by your leave, I should very much like to have a word with the fellow in private. No, I am afraid that will not be possible. Regrettably, he managed to subdue the unit of blades dispatched to detain him and made good his escape. For the love of... And how did he manage that exactly? Your men haven't been sampling that somnus we confiscated. Have they? Or was he a giant in disguise? No, but he was quite strong. A sea wolf. Laminson born and raised, I believe. But do not worry, we will find him. You have my word on that. I see. Pray keep me apprised of any developments. Yes, she's standing next to me. Understood. I fear our time together is at an end, my friend. Your services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing, I know, but one must follow where duty leads. You might try to look a little disappointed. Or do you mean to give me another one of your stoic knots? You do, don't you? Yeah, your clan looks nice. Reminds me of, what was that? I forgot the anime. The not stoic, not. Oh my god. Sus noises. I was just stretching. The antecedent bid me tell you to make for Vesper Bay, where young Alfino awaits your coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance. Some commotion or incident, I am not privy to the details. While you do whatever it is that Alfino has planned for you, I shall endeavor to track down our traitorous brass blade. And when I do, you may rest assured that we will have our answers. It made me tap back, so congrats. Do I have to do this all the time, like every 5 to 10 minutes, just like randomly like moan? Do it, you won't. Just wait and see. You're late, no matter. I know where our visitors are headed. From what I have been able to gather, this vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. You are familiar with Doma, yes? In Orthard? Well, like the rest of the nations of the Eastern Continent, it is ruled by the Gallian Empire. Given our visitors' unannounced arrival, as well as the state of their ship, I suspect they did not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I should be very interested to hear their tale. And more importantly, what they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information could prove most useful. We would be fools not to pursue this opportunity. Do you not think? Come with me to Ulda, unless I'm mistaken. I am rarely mistaken. We will find the Dolmens bickering with that Sultan's Sworn and the Royal Promenade. You are uncertain of your role in the proceedings? Insurance. If our guests are not themselves Imperial agents, it seems fair to assume that they may be being pursued by some, and if not, who better than you to have on hand in the event of an unforeseen diplomatic incident. Besides, I do so enjoy your sparkling repartee. Satisfied? Good, I shall see you in Ulda. Chicken. Right. I probably went to the wrong one. Oh no, I did not. It matters not how many times you ask without the necessary permissions, none shall pass. Pray understand, good sir, we have not the leisure to lodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is that you summon your superior. Allow me to plead my case. Surely you can grant us that small kindness. Away with you and darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again. You know not what you do. I gather your pleas fell upon deaf ears. A loyal man with a cold heart, I know this kind well. I hope that you will find me more to your liking. Alphinaud Le Villiers at your service. A friend, which I believe makes me very nearly unique. In this part of the world, at least. You indeed are your allies and older, yet you will need some if you wish to endear yourselves to the wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associate at the quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us and we shall see if there's aught we can do to help. A micro crow.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms. Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone. Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Ul'dah unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
If I may, madam, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for some several moons and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations, nor would it please you to listen to them, I think. Suffice it to say, however, sacrifices have been made, though it shames me to beg for more when you have already offered so much. Desperation compels me, good madam. If you or your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. Helts, why didn't you say so sooner? Cause I'll help you. You couldn't have picked a better day to tell the truth. A wealthy merchant and his entourage were due to have a banquet here on the morrow. They but just sent word they can't come, meaning I've got a boatload of foodstuffs and no one to feed. Best of all, they paid for all the lot in advance. Go and call on Fridori and Catherine at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Tell them I said to ship the little princess order to the Waking Sands. Oh, and if they argue, just show them those letters. That should set them straight. He's in the business of feeding refugees now. I normally want to question Mistress Momodi's judgment, but that doesn't seem wise to me. I'll not speak for the children, but if you ask me, any man what can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. My, that's a rather odd request. Mayhap you misheard her instructions? You know, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect it. You mark my words. It didn't give you any trouble, did they? Good. Now go and tell Lady Yugiri. It's all in hand. I dared not hope for such magnanimity. Magnanimity. Much less expected. Mistress Momodi is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly. Lady Yugiri, I briefed the Flame General on your situation. I think you will be pleased with his reply. We have been granted an audience? Before the Sultana and the Syndicate both, we should return to the Royal Promenade at once. You have done so much for us, Master Alfie, now I swear we shall return the favor. Naught is owed, Lady Yugiri, for naught has been given. The small favor you fairly won with your words, and it is with words that you must win the favor of the Syndicate. And I shall choose them with care. You will be accompanying us, yes? Good. Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy, and that nothing of Jesus Christ, and that nothing so unpalatable will be required of them. Assuming the Dolmens are willing to earn the keep, come, the Flame General waits us on the Royal Promenade. A pleasure. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting.
I, Yugiri of Domar, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Domar, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the Purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Lord
Law is the
Lolorito.
law.
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees. They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves.
Uh-uh.
What were your words that day? Yes. The law is the law. And so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo. Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than Gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Ul'dah's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage hath fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
Oh?
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace. And I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, Little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
As you observe, Lolorito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Often have I wondered how a man so skilled at weighing the worth of things should be so incapable of seeing the value in people. But I will waste no more words on him, not when the Dormans are yet in need of aid. Everyone, follow me to the Hall of Flames. Just sitting here. A bit. You say a bit. The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving that the matter be reconsidered. The Monitarists have made the position clear. I agreed, Ulda is not an option. Nor are Limsa or Gridania. I judge given the state of their internal affairs, which leaves our Dorman friends confined to a ship. Gods, the thought of them huddled in an airless hold with no hope to better treatment. Would that I had more time to find an alternative, a place not bound by the concern of the great nations. Yeah, I did finish 12. In Philia, that is precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decision, I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept his judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultanate to accept us for a limited time, a week mayhap, or even just a few days? Excellent, I shall keep you informed. Lady Yugiri, I have a proposal if you would hear it. Out with it, Master Alfina. The headquarters of my order, the Science of the Seventh Dawn, stands in a place called Revenant's Hall, an outpost of Mordona. Like most outposts, it is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lack the comforts of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Revenant's Hall have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands, hard labor lest you doubt, with not safe food and shelter by way of reward. Terms not unlike those which you yourself proposed, Lady Yugiri. Though I will not hear a word said against our beloved Ulda, Revenant's Hall would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. If they can accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Alfina, once again I find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labor and few comfort, as I told you, and before that there remains the matter of how they may safely be borne to Revenant's Hall, which will be no small feat considering the distance and their present condition. Mayhap the Old and Adventurers Guild can be of assistance. Look for me there. Lady Yugiri, if you and your people would accompany me, we may discuss what aid the immortal flames can provide. Yeah, just watch me and you get a badge. Just watch me and you got a fat cat. Let me quickly check. Let me quickly check how you get it. That's the NA one. I just need to watch. I don't find any like specific details on like how long, but it seems like you just have to watch. I'm guessing like most stuff is like 30 minutes, I think. Yeah, let me lag the critical information. Did I answer that already? Oh. Oh, for 1 hour. Damn. That's kind of long though. Jeez. For an hour. We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to Revenant's Hall too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard the ship with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Momodi has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set out for Modona. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. What news? Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is there aught the immortal flames can do? I fear that exceeds our mandate. Were it a smaller number, mayhap it would go unnoticed, but the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 Domen to Mordona. When government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us, a private citizen. I will engage the services of the 77 Caravan of Domen's behalf. Very well, we should begin contact negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all that has befallen these good people, it is the least I can do. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend in Ulda, Lady Yuguri. And you in Revenant's Hall, my lord. There's a second badge that looks like the main story symbol, but you have to watch the official stream. Oh, okay. Okay.
Attention, please!
Thank you, Sushi Follow. Thank you. Well, it sounds like we all have work to do, Lady Yugiri. Let's put our heads together and settle the details of our arrangement, shall we? How's it going? Oh, it's going pretty good, I guess. There's so much politics though, man. It's so fucking boring right now. I would entrust the task of escorting our Dolmen friends to you, and after you have rested your own road, we relax, of course. What do you say? As we speak, the Domans prepare for departure at Vesper Bay. Where from? They will be transported by a carriage to Ulda. That said, This has been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating the preparations. I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, whatever must needs be done, do it. Speak with the man named Hozan when you arrive. As Lady Yugiri tells it, he has been designated the leader of the first group. I was very political but got better? Ooh, I don't know actually. Was it? I actually can't remember. Play way too many games. Greetings, Alfino informed me that a scion would be arriving to help with the preparations. I'm honored to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. I knew from a glance what manner of woman you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many of our people. Pray forgive this trifle, but might I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. You have my thanks, friend. Pray seek out to my son Yozan, he can tell you more. Oh, hello there, I'm Yuzan, son of Hozan. Will you be coming with us to Ulda? I hear we're traveling by a horse-bird drawn carriage, but don't you think they are queer? Giant birds that people ride like horses? I still want to try riding one, but... What's that you're looking for? The others? Don't worry, I already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help though. We were just finishing a game of hide and seek. 3 players are still in hiding, and since Lady Yugiri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. You're not Yuzan, who are you? I'm Koharu. I didn't know anyone else was... Wait a minute. You're one of those stallions, aren't you? No, science. Then you must know Lady Yugiri, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide and seek too. Alright, it's almost time to go. Nice meeting you. You're playing? No fair, you also didn't say anything about adults. We get to ride a horse-bird carriage? I don't know, it sounds scary, but if Yuzan says it's safe, I'll go. I guess you just gotta like sit through the boring stuff as well. How'd you find me? But I guess I need to practice more, or maybe you were just good at this? I mean, the Galleons didn't find me. Wonderful, all the children are counted. Hide and seek, I see that you are curious. It is quite simple really. Lady Yugiri thought it's best that the children know what to do in case of if the Galleons found us. I should hope that those days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. The first caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I, including my stubborn old father Home, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with Yanko Haru, whom I believe you have already met. Though I understand the road to Ulda is regularly patrolled by your brass blades, it would give us great comfort if you would agree to accompany us on our journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you're ready to leave, please inform our coachman. You got to be off, are you? Well, I was meaning to have a word with you about that. Run out from the blades, say we might have a problem. A fierce-looking beastie's been sighted south of the bridge to Hamalia. Might be as someone's eyes are playing tricks on him. Of course, but I don't pay to gamble in this business. Now I know ye can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot here's another story, so I was thinking you might go ahead and have a quick look around, make sure the area is safe, like... And if you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied with the way is clear, meet us outside Horizon. The blades tell me the road there is safe, so I reckon we can make it that far on our own, assuming the self-same bastards don't try to rob us, that is. I always see like how much we like do today. I definitely want to finish part 5. And since like everyone is like waiting, maybe doing the thingy, the Alliance raid, and then doing next time Hildebrand and part 6. Why would I kill the A rank? I don't even have the quests to kill it. I never talk to the person that just gives me the stuff for like ranking hunting stuff. I never talked to that person in the first place. So that was a beastie? Was being the operative word, eh? I did? I don't know. Can't remember. Well fought, madam, well fought. If only I were in better health, I should have been proud to stand at your side.
Hey Mizuz, do you have any meme-related quotes or expression ideas?
No, not really. Not really. Do I have any? I don't know. Probably like the wrong person to ask. Pay my son no mind, he forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. Be it as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Yugiri's kinsmen, least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. He had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life. All this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? And kind Father, 'tis she who has given everything, we shall give you our all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's Toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Hey, Koharu and I want to know why you became an adventurer. To go wither the wild rose blooms? So like roses, I think I understand. I mean, they're nice and everything, but don't they grow in lots of places? It's my turn now, excuse me, I've got a question. What's Rodent's Talk like? Is it pretty? So you live there with your friends, that means you'll always be there to protect us. Enough, Koharu, it's my turn again. When I'm older I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? Train every day. So my father was Ryan. How do you do it then? Come on, tell me and don't leave anything out. Alright, that's enough questions. That's not fair. Why do Yozan get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring as much as he does. Just one more please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Really? Then I will. Thanks for the advice. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer too. When we get to Revenant's Toll, let's make an adventurers guild for Dolmens. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked just like she and Lady Yugiri. Yeah, just like she and Miss Yugiri. We can talk more about it in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? One Center Story is also something I need to get into. I got One Center 3 gifted. So I haven't played the first 2. Still need to. The backlog, the ever-growing backlog. I take it the first group has arrived. Excellent. Is there aught else? No, I have met as well in hand here. You and Lady Yugiri should travel to Revenant's Hall forthwith. It is past time. Lady Yugiri met with the guild representative in Revenant's Hall. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thanalan which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Dormant delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slavborn upon your arrival. He is the one with whom the Dormans will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards introduce Lady Yugiri to Minfilia and the guild emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting ties should stand in Dormans in good stead for that which is to come. Safe travels. And this must be the esteemed Lady Yugiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the Hall. I hope you do not find our dearth and fineries off-putting. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into here. We welcome all sorts provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slavborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh no, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you needn't bow your head or call me master either. We are both frontier hands as far as I'm concerned. As you wish, Slavborn, may this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent 7 hells. Why are you wasting time with me and see them to the rising stones? With whom much is given, much is expected. Forgive me, I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the rising stones. Alright. There's no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Baldesian continue to meet with failure. Orangé has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will preserve the cause, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already know. How fare the Dormans? I'm given to understand they were kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. Mayhap you question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unresolved. I should not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our normal purview. But that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it was within our power to help them. Lady Yugiri is here, please show her in. I should have very much liked her to meet. Oh, my voice is dying. We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing. Your answers pleases me beyond words, my lady, but are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's Toll could not accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together. As ever, it has been a pleasure. Antecedent, Aelis, we must take our leave, as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, speak or pray speak with Slavborn, Lady Yugiri. To grindy, I actually have Fantasy Life. I wanted to try it out. Didn't get to it yet though. Lamin and I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our Dorman friend feels at home upon their arrival, though I must admit that I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Yashtola should be returning Einon with a report from the field. Mayhap you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning Ifrit with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Ugh.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless ones. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Hey, motherfuckers!
Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good time with Leon.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
Hey Rez, hey Eric. FF14. We are soon going to Tomodachi, okay? We're soon going to Tomodachi, don't worry. We're like 2 more hours or something.
The gift and knowledge.
Yeah, we need to make Volo load today.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words.
Wait, this part of the story?
He is behind this.
How do you know this story? Wait, how do you know this story?
But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
You played the game?
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again.
This is why you hate it?
The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa.
I didn't know I played it. No, I did not.
I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
I played it when the server had an end of the world apocalypse.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
A primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it.
Hey, Savarez. Damn. Finally, should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experiences, you may very well think that eventuality is inevitable. Yet so long as there is even a chance that the primal's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all our efforts towards achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. Yeah, now let's do it today. Let's finish up part 5 of ARR. Let's do the Alliance raid, and then I want to chill with Tomodachi, man. That game is like so fucking good. I want to play some more Tomodachi today, if possible. You're expected. Pray take this lift to the command room. Alright. Someone had been Biden and Trump and they got married. Bro, I've seen the Epstein Island in Tomodachi, like Jesus Christ, man. I've seen the Epstein Island on Twitter on Tomodachi. Like, holy fuck, man. God. Yes, someone made the Epstein Island on Tomodachi. Oh my god, I'll see if I can find it again later. I was like, yeah, okay. What about Friday being an MMO day? What is an MMO day? Welcome friends, I take it Yashtola has apprised you of the situation. Let us waste no time then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin had no crystals enough to summon their god, and Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I'm not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the science support in this endeavor. But if God forbid our efforts should come to naught, I will need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady in Philly, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reason for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn to their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with my own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precaution must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Well, as I was subjected making a... what? Figuring of Mizuz in my head. Both MMO looks bad. I mean, like, for their age, I think that's still okay, right? Maelstrom scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagin movements within the Sapsa spawning ground. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operation staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith. You might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Falk Breeder has charge of the garrison. The grass texture is the same. Just like a little bit better quality. That's what it is. But expecting you, sign of the 7th Dawn, on behalf of the men and women here, thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter the Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe like this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that, and yet their return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it is not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Sapsa, all told. Here, take this flask of restorative and tend to those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion. If they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory, however, and we can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. And I gotta say, like, the main story of Realm Reborn was fine, but the post stuff, like this like world building stuff, is actually super fucking boring. I hope it pays off in the future, but oh my god, it's not great. Ambushed by Serpent Reavers, lightly armed as we are. We didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken into a serpent's tongue, I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg you. A certain twink come back? You already have your twink in Resident Evil. You already have Leon in Resident Evil. Ooh. Leon ain't a twink. What Dude, maybe I need to make Leon on my Tomodachi Island. And maybe Anne woos for Leon. Just for me. You're still head over heels for me for some reason, even though I rejected you. You're still like you're still like head over heels for me, and I don't know why. You returned. Thank the navigator. When I learned that you went to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise. But tell me, what became of the others? Dead. Dear gods, these wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does the savagery know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think that may have become of the two who remain unaccounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we needed. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. Dun, dun, dun. Thrice damned flashback. Thrice damned fishbacks, bastards. I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through all seven hells. Jesus, I can't talk anymore, man. Peace, Commander. We are here for purpose and vengeance, is not it? I want your mind on the task at hand. Sorry. My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass at the Aetheryte in the depth of Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready, but we but wait your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. But we are not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Sapsa Aetheryte and eliminate the Sahagin priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. The Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagin's legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue, Commander. You have charge over this effort. Be mindful that at the lay of the land there is devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault and have subsequent units fan out to cover the flanks. At the selfsame moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from ashore. And likewise, Visayan shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defense efforts. Jin Ishtala, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversions should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwanted attention. Today I got so scared. What happened? What happened, Anne? Why did what happened? Thancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take to your heels and circle around to join the infiltration unit of Yashtola. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetheryte, accompanied by Lady Minfilia, as was agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends. To battle! When last did we fight side by side? Too long ago, I warrant, but I come. But come, let us away. Too much reading today. What is that clip?
I fucking fell from my
Classic.
Oh my god, no!
Classic Anne.
I fucking fell from my chair.
I thought she was... Classic Anne. Are you enjoying the game, by the way? I'm thinking of also playing it, but I don't know. Can I be there, please? Sure, if you want. You can do that. Thank you. Oh my god, there are more spawning. Cooked by Jesus. I'm all depressed now. Pray do not concern yourself, 'twas but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetheryte is close at hand. Let us press on.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Oh.
Did I miss much? So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Eyes? Oh, I have like my hand over my mouth for some reason. Like my eyes were closed in the model.
To the Aetheryte!
You'll forgive me my lateness.
Flashing out. There's no better gear. Oh my god, not again. Okay.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled swordwalkers, tormented our kind. But no more!
Wait.
Your time is at an end!
If you complain that I play this in English dub, nah, I heard that so many times already. How about thank
you?
You
Shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What?
What?
Such power! It is transcendent!
Oh. Goes to the next.
Seven hells.
Okay, Anne.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile! I have mastered the gift. I am eternal! O mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Just kill the other ones as well! What the fuck are you waiting for?
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. But it should by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon! Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us! He means to unleash a tidal wave.
A tidal wave. Hey, alone. Welcome, welcome. And then I speak of no normal wall of water, that which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements. If his last attempt is any guide, we cannot suffer history to be repeated. Yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? Now our plight cries out for action. We must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none, of that you may be sure, but Limlin himself would struggle to best the Lord of the World in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and match both of us. We need another plan, that much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we can think of one. I shall await you in the command room. Okay. Fair enough.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western La Noscia. Halfstone, 'twas called.
It's called La Nosha? Always called La Nocia. La Nosha.
Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The Primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the Company of Heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told.
Welcome back, Fleisch.
If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe, but I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed 2 ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
'Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait.
Man, I got so many duplicate
Storm Marshal
cards in
Slafierson,
Pokemon
command
TCG
of the
pockets at
operation
this
is yours.
point.
I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
Pokemon TCG. Haven't logged into like in over a year or something. Like 2 years close.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with the Primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. What is it? Message, Admiral. I judged it best that it be delivered at once. I'm listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company heroes? The details are yet hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I am disinclined to put any store by this claim. And even should it be true, it is as Y'shtola said, none save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope and a pile of crystal, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for Maelstrom's report to supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. The man you're looking for is believed to be a resident at Grey Fleet in Lower La Nosha. The Storm private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. Alright. It's him again. Now look here, you'll have your bloody story right after you carried those sacks of grain over the mill. But sir, that was just... That's what you said before you had me pick those oranges for you, and before I mucked out the chocobo stables, and before I rolled that millstone over to the mill, and also before... God, man, I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days, and do ye hear me complaining? But I suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that old Trucktum ain't a generous soul. No, pick up your ears, cause I won't be repeating myself too modestly, and besides there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting. The tale of the Trucktum's epic victory over the dread primal Leviabetus. Now Leviabetus is huge. Make no mistake, to give you an idea how big each of his scales is, about as wide across as me members long, and that's no mean feat, I tell ye. When I fought him, I could barely see fair all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth of at least. He even knocked me trusty eggs out of me hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. Hehe. What happened next? Why, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. But not wanting to take all the glory for myself, let me mates in a company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic, mayhap too modest. No, there's some as say you can never truly beat Leviabetus. That you've got to learn to live with him and make it the best of a bad situation, not the company though. Oh, it's you! I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention, it's all. I take it back, everything I said. I was never part of the company of heroes. I'm no marauder, I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing, I'm a chocobo dung. No, I'm the maggots you find wriggling in chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble them, and that don't happen much. Me member's tiny. Me member is tiny, it's pathetic. I sure as hell didn't fight Leviabetus, but I have seen him with me own eyes. It was a fair few years back when I was working as a baker's hand. I was shirking my duties one day, loitering about the harbor when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent in some malms of the coast with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. I was so bloody scared I sold myself right there and then. Well, oh god, just remembering that day made me sell myself all over again. Hey wait, if you're asking after Leviabetus, it means you're planning to fight him, ain't you? Well, take care, he really is terrible, dreadful I tell you. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet or at the bottom of the sea. Why, you worthless lying horse son. I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung. Lisbonphilia, were you able to learn how to use against Leviathan? I beg your pardon, Leviabetus? I see, that is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at the Morabi dry docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you are able. Check the air. I had it down there again. Boop, boop, boop. It's down there. I told your jaunt to the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, Lance. I'll wager it served to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the Hall Eater, I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious tone's age, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also that she is nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The Hall Eater and her crew stand nearby ready. My friend, just give the word and we shall bear you, Leviathan. I know that look, you're ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Hall Eater may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She has been fitted with what our friends at Nuldic and Vimeli's are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. It is expected that the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Thancred and Yashtola, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your diversionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it, having seen you fight in Sapsa. I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Thancred and Yashtola, if you would join the third levy, and Lady Yugiri the fifth. But what words have I for the woman who has made a sport of slaying gods? Only these: go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments and add a few words of my own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you. May the crystal bless and keep you. The Hall Eater. It's time for the Hall Eater. On heart. What is this here? 7 healths. Are we doing like normal queue? I thought we were doing like unsynced again. Working French only? I think I remember this fine. Like, everyone is ranged, like, what the heck? I was just attacking the wrong target. Fight was like super weak. That was such a weak one. What the fuck? Don't get too cocky. I mean, like, there was like no mechanics, no nothing really. Gotta go. Yo, have a good one, Floss. Thank you so much for joining today. And good luck.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, Our nation is in no fit
It's not the
state to
mine
take
thing,
you
it's
in.
just like... The fight was lacking basically everything. Was it because the fight was too fast over or something? But like the Leviathan didn't do shit. Like there was only like a few trash mobs.
Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a
But
blind
there was
eye
like
to your
basically nothing
suffering.
going on.
Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment. But if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then. But know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
The Admiral has informed me of the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction to Lady Yugiri. To the south stands a gate leading to the pier for smaller fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Huron man there and present the letter to him. He serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. And before you go, I'm obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity to which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of Lominsan society. They value their independence more highly than pirates and are united by a bond stronger than mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far into their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they place in you. But here's the letter. Go to the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Got business with me, venture? So you're the woman the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thancred too. It's been a while since I saw his shite-eaten grin, but what with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I suspect he's got his hands full. Ah, and you must be the Far Easterner what Mervip says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, milady. I am Yugiri of Doma. 'Tis an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when first I learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You're not only the first person to say that, Lance. Libs is a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we're running unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose. I see, and now that the practitioners of my art too are denizens of shadow, 'tis and stealth are our strength. But our strength lies, and there is much we might learn from the another, I think. Then what in the seven hells are we waiting for? If you would come with us, Juggery of Do, what's it? We can get acquainted in more private surrounds. That didn't come out right, did it? I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us Domans. No words should suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. Much and more has occurred since first I beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you over long. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort to this land. When next you meet Lady Minfilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, Warrior of Light.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul. But never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, Though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder, could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
Oh.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
Well, guess that's where we go next then.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Oh. Alright, so this is patch point 2.3? 1? No, wait, 2.3, right? Let's see. Our friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. Urianger will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns etheric fluctuations, which we had previously attributed to good King Mogul Mok XII. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the 12's Wood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Celia, I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees hailing from Ulda this time are come to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present, they are in the 7th heaven, awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Basilia, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear the suit. I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. Can't believe they just stole the name from Final Fantasy VII. I actually just yoinked it. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Winfilia, and I lead the Scions of the 7th Dawn. Well, be praised, it is you. We are ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task and we will see it done. Pray calm yourselves, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know naught of your situation. Beg your pardon, antecedent, I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Older for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one what got took. They say there's work, but there's naught for an honest man, naught as wouldn't sully his soul sooner than his palms any road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When a calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where, and then it came to me, Revenant's Tall. I mean, you took the foreigners in, didn't you? So you would surely do the same for us. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we have accepted the Dorman's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it's not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But we have nowhere else to go. You're turning your back on us? If I might have a word. Tataru, is Artemis? Ill tidings from Ulda, milady. Alfinau has been wounded. Oh, our twink. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the Flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently, lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. 7 hells. Now that the Blades have an excuse, they'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please, if you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. Milady, we are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attack without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alfinau, and quickly. If he is in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalimo will see to it. Alfina is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry. Twink rescue. Where's the Hourglass? So, yeah. Ah, nice dress. I all have like dresses. What's happening here? Is there something new in the shop? Why is everyone wearing dresses? Money, that's why. Okay. I kind of guessed that. I was like, oh shit, people have new dresses and stuff. Like, oh, okay. You look quite well for being wounded.
Come. You must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration.
I don't want to come.
As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none.
Jesus
They have
Christ.
no wealth, no power, and no worth.
Brother, what is that? God damn.
They may as well not exist.
This game is for 12? Hey, dude, I wouldn't show that to a 12-year-old. What the heck? God damn.
Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence.
Hey buddy, I think you got the wrong door. The weather comes 2 blocks down.
That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. Ever piqued your curiosity? No, not really. Good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I would hear...
Did I jump scare you?
Nope.
Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick.
Good morning, you pig.
Your weakness is pathetic.
Nice try, but you only got Andrea. I would hear what General Reborn has to say upon the matter. You're weak. You are weak, Andrea. Letting that get to you. The dress is actually looking kind of nice. How much does it cost? 15 bucks? Way too much. Whatever this dress costs, it's way too much. Wait, 12. Can't mix and match pieces. Ooh. Now is not a good time, Lieutenant. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Off you now, back on your feet already. You may credit my swift recovery to your Chirurgians. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We have sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive. I can well imagine, given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher's knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between the Uldan citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the dormants were turned away. But would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single guild to spend, who could not survive without the aid provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well, my point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion and now order must be restored, and that is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. The general is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monetarists would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at a request for such information, but I have no doubt that you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers on my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? You look as though you have something to say, do you? What you ask is no simple favor. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there's wisdom in your words. An able individual, even one with ties to the flames, may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well, the Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it is. Or we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the blades posted there. What ice? What's happened? Was Devo dead? Was Devo dead? I see that correct? Just tripped, huh? Just tripped. A friend of the Sultanate, are we? I take it this means someone has read my report. The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I am increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggy is what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind, speak with the Zazawaka, he will explain everything. And what brings you here, adventurer? A search for refugees? Well then, you've come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept the situation and are content to pass the days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like that merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. And so I was sad to see him go. Right, I have to go up there now. Oh, down. Ah, yeah, here. Zenzawa. Ah, don't hurt me. I'm not one of them. Wait, I know your face. Are you not the woman from the Church of Saint Adama Landama? 1,000 pardons, my friend. I mistook you for one of the thugs who have been tormenting us. If Leofric bid you speak with me, then I take it you have agreed to help. 12 be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under that fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of the idealists has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I have no doubt that merchants will lead the remainder of the doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. Huh? What are you doing? Don't draw. Don't draw. Don't draw. Don't draw. Don't draw. Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. Then you would be here with me. Be here to soothe me. Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? Who are you? What do you want? Ah, it's true. I followed the merchant, and may the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought and taught us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into 2 groups, sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and oh gods, the other group, they're still out there. If we don't stop them, they will be massacred like mine was. Group? The other refugees are hiding in the cave south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless, and they would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. A pox on all bloody sellswords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to the merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, and that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Though, if they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat and show my brethren that the strongest warrior are no match for one woman. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. Yo kaha! Yo kato! Hoi hoi! Hope you're doing well. Wait. Is it through? No, it's not for here. Is it? Yeah. Oh yeah, here. Yeah, they are. 7 health, they found us. Everyone, grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's your game, is it? sorry to disappoint you, lass, but we were more than willing to kill you ourselves. You beat him like it was nothing. Fall almighty. What are we gonna do now? Just shock it up, dude. Just shock it up. If you were appropriate level, there's a chance you get overwhelmed and die, as so many people here that needed reses. You've returned. Did you find my brethren? What of the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better that a handful of them take a beating from you than the lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh? But where else would he be? Unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others. Go Sonny! Hoi hoi! The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone's Throw, but was waiting until flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him, convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. Bro, I need to get rid of that minion that fucking annoys the shit out of me. Those sounds, man, those brushing sounds is so annoying. Yeah, I'm still in ARR. It'll take me a lot longer to get through. Oh, let's go to stones through. It's over there, okay. My magic broom. Hey, I got this one. I got that one. Does that count? Have you seen my parents? They told me to stay here with the others. They said they would be back soon. It's been days. They left me, or they left with the man from Ulda. The man said they were gonna change everything. Make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. Didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry. I got scared. Say, miss, are you looking for someone? Looking for someone stirring up trouble. You mean the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Wait, look, over there. I think that's him. Well now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? You, oh nah. He's getting away. Go get him, miss. Yeah, fucking run, bitch, run! Run, bitch, run! You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedition? Treason? Revolution? That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Ulda? Ha! You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. Ooh. For the sake of argument, let us say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I give a Kirkin's arse about politics. It was business. Only business. Is he fainting all? We both know I am not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. job. What's all this commotion? 7 else? Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. I love how we just don't give a fuck about him. It's just, oh. Wow. Yeah, I guess that just happened. Nothing lost, nothing gained. Hold, adventurer, I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. This man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigations, Scion. At least they have some... At least they know their shit, right? There was no way we could have done that. There was no way. Well, everyone is having those dresses. I was like, pay up, guys. Yoshi P wants your money. What news, Lieutenant? Where's the merchant? That's the same person? No, I saw like before, like when in the Aetherite, there was also like another one with that dress. Like 3 people now. Murdered? Damn it all to the 7th hell. He wasn't simply murdered, Lieutenant. He was silenced. Too many knew his face and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you returned. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries as well as the results of your own investigation. Master Alfino has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. Bartholomew? Bartholomew? Should be using this Aetherine? Like as like my home Aetherine? Alright, I made it my home. We've been expecting you, madam. Please proceed inside.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, it truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji?
Those names, man.
But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield.
It's a meme, by the way. Such a dumb name.
The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagan ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations.
Is what the end voices sound like? Better than I thought they would be. I'm getting used to them. Like, at the beginning they were like actually bad, but I feel like you just get used to them.
In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagan ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Allagan monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Allagan inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cotonou Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power.
Hi, Rosie. Hi, hi.
Whoa.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
They have like more and more voice cutscenes, I feel like. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intended to hide the existence of Omega from the science? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Lieutenant. Pray keep us informed of any developments in Cotonou. Begone, whelp! This is no place for children. It's a crying child again from earlier. I'm sorry, right? I was looking for you, miss. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl? No, I don't. So he visited Stone Throw as well. I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You would help me look, mister? Of course, but first I must needs finish speaking with my friend. She's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by the pillar over there? We require but a moment. Okay, mister, I'll be waiting. I'll take it to the quicksand. Mayhap Momodi will know what to do. A legion of Galleons, an ether-stuffed primal, even dealing with an Ashian would be preferable to the charade. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. This is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Hall with all due haste. The situation in the 12th Wood has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. The 12th Wood? Then the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of XIV activity, which leaves the sylphs. Have fun, Donut! Have fun with D&D! Go! You know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself.
Attention please! Attention please!
Vasilani, thank you, Sushi Follow!
Nice to meet you!
Where do I even see my title? Fashion companion? Character profile. EVP profile. C. Our reputation? No. Ah, here, profile. Damn. Okay. How I'm down here. I barely made it to commissioned officer. Captain, okay. It is a relief to see you healthy and hale. The latest news from Ulda was most disturbing. Clearly, the only injury Alfie now suffered was to his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. Summon them. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business then. I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Nether. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the primal Ramu. I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain? The elder Seetsia informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylvlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but that fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of his development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations of a summoning ritual were indeed underway, it would surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon? You foresaw this eventuality and did not prevent it? I told Papalimo, I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Ramu once right after the calamity, but that was because the Galleons came tramping through the forests. And so long as Castro Orion stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have the guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That Alis we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ulda drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the streets. 'Tis like that the Sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of man and which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Through your dealings with the Sylphs of the Solace, you once succeeded in preventing the untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron's deity? If Ramu can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. I found hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can. Let us continue this discussion, Aenon. We must need first consult with the nation most affected by Ramu's presence. The elder Seetsia has requested your personal involvement. Pray report to Commander Hulwa. God, man, fuck. Hulwa at Yada's nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst while I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter. Experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. Bro, dude, those names are the most fucked up thing. They are so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, my god, those names. Your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you to do without delay. The other Tsitsi, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic rather than martial skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nothika's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the lotus stand. The other scions have already arrived, madam. May I show you in? Yes, please.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelves Wood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided.
We never heard a Sylph talking in a cutscene, right? That never happened before, I think.
Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelves Wood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities.
Oh, people are true. It's true.
Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks.
It's kind of weird that they don't voice the Sylphs in the cutscenes because they clearly talk.
Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelves Wood that flinches at its coming. All the lands Veorzia shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Little you. I was told to expect you. I understand you go treat with the primal Ramu himself. An unenviable task. But one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak. That we might ascertain the location where the Lord of the Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. I was told that the messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one's... This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching and have wisely identified the precise location where the touched ones summoned Ramu. Your timing is impeccable, my flattery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good woman to her fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, walking one. Please come with this one. Thank God this game is flying. You can just ignore most of it. Also those ways. Wise ones have ventured deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. I remember this place was actually ass as well, yeah. Like, it was actually ass. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking one will find wise ones not far from here to the south. Go in safety, walking one. So it's actually you. I'm relieved. For a moment I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded stealth tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Yeshtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papalymo. My apologies, it's not like me to rumble so. At any rate, I was saying I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say I have reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Ramu was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. Come now, the Lord of Levin awaits. Oh, it's raid time. It is a raid time.
Thine order betrays thee, servant of Heidemann.
Oh my god, he's an old man.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it
God
matters
damn
not.
that beard,
The good
Jesus
intent
Christ.
of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man.
Bro is 90% just beard.
Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much, not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal. Shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Or he's Ramu fanboy. EB Ramu fanboy. Actually, like from like 4 people, like 4-player trial to 8-player trials, huh? Shit. Oh! Ow. Sometimes I got something on over my head. It's so interesting to like see like how simple those raids are. Compared to like later, it's gonna be like a complete nightmare. Ever thought about singing lessons? No. Not happening. We killed an old man.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light.
Take my... Is it big? I've taken my measures. Is it big? It better be big.
And I judge thee a worthy champion.
Humongous.
The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like...
Oh fuck. Why is he talking so slow, man?
Man is to be delivered from the dark. It shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Oh, alright. Let's go. Should be? Oh no, this is auto. Well, that was an auto normal fly. You have returned. May I ask how Ramo received your visit? He's dead. Killed him. He challenged you to a test of arms. Well, it is well then that you have some experience in such matters. The people of both Gridania and Dilas Solis will be relieved to hear that Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest champion of peace. You have performed a monumental duty this day. The Alicitia must be informed of your deeds at once. The Alicitia will wish to hear of your experience firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The conjurer at Nafika's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well. I didn't even know there's a walk mode in this game. Oh, no, right, must be right. RP walk, yeah. RP walking all over the place. What's the one MMO that doesn't have the walk toggle? Wow, dude, when we play Elder Scrolls Online, we're gonna see so many people just RP walking. Like, Jesus Christ, we're gonna see so many people just RP walking in Elder Scrolls.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
He's dead. I killed him. I did this.
Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without.
What?
It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one, yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent.
You don't get it.
Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
I hoped Lord Ramuh could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless I can only admire the adroitness with which he responded to the Primal Sun challenge. And it seems that Orange too was pleased with the outcome. What say you? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? Welcome back. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramu precedes you. I would fain share news of my own, but Orangier's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Asian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
Is there an autoplay button, by the way?
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters,
Space.
The Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Asian clad in white, Elidibus.
There you go. Voice dialogue only. Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day
I
did
can't by
serve to
accident
confirm
skip.
a truth long suspected, that the Asians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Asians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior. Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, Their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Okay.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin Elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting. And in the claws of a Sahagin, no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
Oh my god, more people.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Oh my god, is that room from Kingdom Hearts? Is that rule from Kingdom Hearts? The Lord of Levin is returned to the ether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramuh's questions was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the bringer of light. The limitless potential of man, Eidolon's servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet she prospers at great cost of a mistress whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but the souls are grown weak and van. Yet even as it innovates, the order empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our very effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Now the matter of Ramuh has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I would show you. It is a letter of thanks signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. You mean my tireless effort? And mentions in particular the names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King, Mogulmok the 12th, Leviathan, and now Ramuh. Needless to say, there's only one among our number who have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel that they were meant for you above all others. Do they better? I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, and Eorzea is that much the safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would form and strive on his own, and that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long. Think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the sylphs of Little Solace, who wish naught of conflict. Of Alice, who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the calamity. And then there's Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alak, that we might be spared the honor of another Ultima weapon. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Off you now. I take it the troubles in Ulda no longer require your attention. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. I have a message for you from LA. You recall the refugee girl? The one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alfino? Am I to understand that you made the efforts to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. You have been away from Revenant's Hall for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs to the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozan was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? I don't know, I feel like they should have included Crystal Tower as well in the main story. If it's like that important. Look. She's back from her adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals and that they are some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our own Dorman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Dormans. Do you think you could train us today? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion then? Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coltinet, did you know that Mrs. Back? So it would seem, welcome home, my companion and I, but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Harry Boulder, and this bookish fellow is a Coltinet. It's Harry Boulder? Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. Ugh, I told you, Mr. Boulder, we are not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. We are not young bucks anymore. And we were just asking Miss if she could give us some special training. I think we are ready to hunt monsters alongside her, don't you think? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid of Modona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. As dangerous as Deprimi is rude. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with her? A demonstration of skills and arms, if you will. Harry, If I didn't know you better, and I do, I would say you were merely seeking to test yourself against the legend. Ah, well, mayhaps I am, but what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What do you say? Would you consent to spar with me? Yeah, I guess. Hooray! We are to have a tournament. Come on, everyone. We must prepare our gear for an outing. You try not to disappoint them, huh? Have faith, Coltony. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. It was good of you to agree to this. I trust you're ready to begin. Very well, let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Hurry. Are you certain you wish to fight her alone? What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me into join the science to begin with. Without her to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? My fans. Ida! What? Who are all these people? All these people are just angry. When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find, though you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there's still more to come. When I mentioned her name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why? My own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You at best claim victory, bringer of light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall soon see. On your guard. Oh, that smile. Oh. Again? Oh my god. He's not giving up. What time? He's a boulder after all. You have bested me. I yield. Oh! That was incredible. She beat them both at the same time. We knew you couldn't lose, and none can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they sent you to deal with the primals. I have much work to do if I'm ever to attempt the same. Impressive as always. It is ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? It was at the memorial service for the Battle of Carteneau. At the end, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards the solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles the home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. The legate's single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, and nations too self-involved and unstable. It was you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. It was you who taught me through countless acts of bravery that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people, these wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plagues us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the science of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue to discuss back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Charting? Charting. It's charting time. Thank you for coming. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose in the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea.
Greetings, the most benevolent and glorious hat. Hello Mizuz.
Hello, Pinky. Hi. Hope we're doing well. Pray forgive me if I tread our old ground, but I would speak first of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th astral era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet, while the purpose of the hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus have I been campaigning over the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation according to the science. It is my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean, to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. The Scions work tirelessly to protect the Eorzea and its people. But, as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Scions command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning grand company, it is yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Thank you. 'Tis reassuring indeed to know that the bringer of light and the discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Lominsa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Alfie's balls will drop so deep and he will grow a beard or something? Is that what's happened? I don't hear a bot playing. Ah, there you are. I am ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Blowhisfin. While the Admiral and I are finalizing permissory boundaries and signing parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant to the opportunity. As for the potential members, 'tis of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it, and you needn't range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you are satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter, that we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Boah, of course they're like so far spread. Oh my god. An organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity? I must say your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there is a time to act and a time to watch. And I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. Okay, dude. What the heck? Oh, I want you. Master Alfie knows the organization? Yes, I had heard the formation of the trial company and was in the offing. 'Tis with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Lominsa must needs receive my full attention. Okay, dude, okay. You're missing out. You're missing out on Alfie Now's Twink Club. What? This Twink Club? I'm not a part of it, by the way. Who in the bloody elves do you think you're talking to, Trylander? I'm a pirate, not some sodding knight in shining blade. If you're looking for the self-righteous fop, try knocking on the dandy Cavalian's door. Sure, says you, Sola, says you. Says you. A precursor to United Eorzean Grand Company. While I do admire the scope of your ambition, my responsibilities here at Nalik and Vimelis keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be traipsing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Dangerous levels of projecting? Dude, all Tavi does is just like reading about twinks. Doing his reading time. Well, if it ain't you, I'd not forget a venture brave enough, or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. You remember all Real, don't you? Formerly all the company of heroes, 3 whistles at Bronze Lake. It ain't often I drag me arse out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did, so how fare ye these days? You're looking to put together a new crew, top tier work. Sounds like a right lark it does. Alrighty lads, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. Wow. Damn. We got 1 person. We got 1 person. Absolute wicked. Oh my god, it's fucking Luigi. He's actually always here. Man. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Man's been there for over 5 years, god damn. Yoshi P got him by the balls, man. Pays fucking €11 a month just to AFK dance. Your recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Limsa. A member of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing! I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. Few could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seatsia proceeds as smoothly. I continue on to Gridania at your own pace. I shall await your arrival at Nofika's altar. Bro, everyone has the umbrella out, what the heck? Where's my umbrella? What the heck? I want an umbrella too. I know I have an umbrella, but I don't know how to like put it out. It's a fashion. Where's fashion? Go back? Why go back what? Where back what? Go to character bottom left? Oh, here. Oh, there. Oh. Auto umbrella. Man, that umbrella looks like shit. Oh. Okay. I think the umbrella is cute. I don't know. don't know about that. My audience with the elder seats here is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you could once more seek to the task of recruitment here in Gridania. After you deem the well of potential candidates has run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. Oh. Wait, wouldn't it be better if I just go over there? Dance's Guild?
Deprimi gifted a tier 1 subscription to Zhustix.
Thank you for giving Zhustix this up. Yo, where's my umbrella extreme trial drop? I need my extreme trial umbrella drop. Tis not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited, and this company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise. But its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. Wait, there's an umbrella dance? Rain check. You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions? I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young mistress, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me, and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back gives up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry. We were just... Oh, it's you. It has been some time since our paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then, but look how far you've come. Mother Miyuen tells me it was you who felled fearsome black wolf. And now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order. Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur safely home. Look how far you can, that's what she said. Look. Just look how far. Are you trying to give me? It's okay, I needed that umbrella. Oh gods, can it truly be you? Oh, by what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Buscarans. Laurentius, I was selling maps and supplies to the Galleans before you and those red belly poachers mopped the floor with my erstwhile employees. You know, just how many criminals have you dealt with that my ignominious tale ignites not the slightest flicker of recognition? The less sad of my past the better, I suppose, and what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, eh? And what is your policy on reformed convicts? As matter stands, the wood whalers will have naught more to do with me. This may be just the second chance I was looking for. Revenant's tall, you say? I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this, I promise you. I am a changed man. I stop. Thank you. That looks nice. Oh no, wait, it's down. It is down. What news? For my part, the Alicitia was most amenable to our requirements. A former wood whaler and a seasoned adventurer, our company will not lack variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Ulda whilst the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. 66 fates, or... I'm never a fan of fates. I never like doing those. It's definitely not a leveling that I used. Even Flappy Bird, let's fucking go. Ulda, the Gilded City, where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some man of fortune is with us, and that this final leg proves as successful as the previous two. Might I suggest descending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guard. Let us meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting. Sapphire Avenue. You'll be surprised when rumors drifts down to Pearl Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours and just how far I would go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the streets say your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Okay, chill. A company that looks to cure the ills of the realm entire. Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next stall over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me perchance? I am Arson of the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. And I must also thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on dry bones less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion, Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, 'tis new companion you seek then. Your proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good. But my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. The name Awesen. Super weird. Like, I wonder how the names will go in the next expansions. Like, will the names get worse? I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some new-fashioned manner of propositioning a lady? Well, I'm afraid you are wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. A good day to you, miss. Here we go, French. Oh, nah. Oh, hell no. God, no, I will have so much problems, like so many problems reading those names. Oh, hell no. Wait, you're the lady who came to Little Alamigo looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't? I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot more of my friends besides. But we were such fools. Any road, that disaster really got me thinking about our homeland and about the outsiders who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make of myself a more worldly man. So here I am, a new company of champions. And you say it will take me to all corners of the realm? It sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry. I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamigo. I have prepared myself to fight the evil I know now is out there. Oh, it's a Moai! There is a Moai. Wait, do I have a Moai pet? I don't. Hey, Floss. There's a more minion, Floss. What the heck? Look at that! Look at that! Look at that thing! Whoa! There's a body as well. Holy shit, and can yawn. God damn. How fed you? What hidden gems did the streets of Ulda offer up to your unrelenting gaze? A single Alamegan youth. Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start. Even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But there are two who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part of the victories you yourself have won. Thank you. I will not squander the precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessings. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed and the finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. You are concerned by the syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as for the rumors and doubt surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had the chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust, one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for a united Eorzea.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alphino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ulda is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? even under the watchful gaze of the Scions. It is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'Dan law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
Oh, Shanky?
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Actually, I'm not just a potato. Young and potato. Uh-oh. What? Is there more? Did you buy a boss? Don't tell me you just bought the more. Oh my god, you did. Oh my god, you just... You just stop buying me things all the time. Cool shoes. That is not a journey I soon wish to repeat, but I cannot pause the rest. The culmination of all our effort is at hand. I must see to the preparations of the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services. I am certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free of other duties. Greetings! Alfino tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Science shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Alfino to see that all is in readiness. So I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived at Revenant's Hall of late, and I wonder if Reborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there is aught he requires? What can I do for you? I thought you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm of the Science. I barely noticed your recruits arrived. There was barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Reborn, the shipment, we couldn't. Gods, woman, what befell? We were bringing the shipment to Revenant's Hall, provisions earmarked for the frontier effort, but just as we sought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There were many, too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. It is not to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House for Toms. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. Were you not on good terms with the Knights of House Toms? I will be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I am certain Lord Osfard will be glad of your assistance. Or is that, oh, here we go? Well, if it isn't my fine friend, would you care for a plate of roast karakul? Some mulled wine? No? Oh, I see you have not come into my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Hall, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence.
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, no, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurth's soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragon.
Oh, enjoy pizza, Andrea.
Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait? Hallone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
I'm quite surprised like how long this still goes, by the way. Like the other two, like 2.1 and 2.2 were shorter, I think. Welcome, welcome. You'll be pleased to know that the repairs to Stone Vigil proceed apace. We shall build sure and strong that the Dravanians might batter themselves senseless against our shield in the west. I would venture, however, that matters of masonry are not what brought you to Whitebrim. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say? By the fury, but you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess then, 'tis a sad truth, that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their numbers. They strike swiftly without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able tracks. Or trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what matter of influence this Iceheart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of a righteous fervor. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhap you could care to question one of the recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after the trader was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. So I guess there's just like more dialogue in those quests, I'm guessing. That's what makes it seem like longer. Tell you what happened? Why yes, of course, I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly blackhearts. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, they were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his maze. While darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they were hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle I survived it all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Oh, we're going to a dungeon? Ah, draw your weapon, foul. Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You are come seeking heretics. Then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of the raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in the ravine, and yet they are gone, vanished like icy wraiths. Oi, Baker, thank you so much for these 61 months. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Hi, hi. A woman. I'm glad they voiced that. I'm so glad they just voiced that. You glimpsed a woman atop the cliff. Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. It would be best were we to return to Whitebrim Front and lay our suspicions before Lord Drillmont. Five beer? What the heck? Nah, you do need to take care of yourself. Thomas won't be power. Well, that doesn't make it better. That doesn't make it better. I just like auto travel. I forget, okay? I forget. It appears I owe you my thanks once again, and the surviving knights spared no detail in their report, and the men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest, and that they should be bested so handily. I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. 'Twould be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy. I return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Horsfart of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Horsfart? Yeah, he got like some weird French name I can't pronounce, so I'm just calling him Horsfart. Oh, like I don't see cum in his name. I see fart in his name. See? Fart.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak?
Indeed.
Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Can we go back? Can go back. Boop, 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 boop. It's good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen ways of Coathas? House for Toms is to send us a second shipment. I must send thanks to Lord Horsford for his continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract even greater number of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alfino's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. While you were away in Coathas, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tataru does yet he seems somewhat flustered. I have taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file the lot in my waste paper basket. Oh, you startled me. You wish to lend me a hand? Splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They are scattered around Revenant's Hall and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alfino if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself is an investment in the future, thus did I sign my name to the cause. Bro, I don't care, I just take the uniform. These uniforms were a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be wealth aplenty in selling replica costumes to the adorning masses. Bro is already thinking. He's already up like, oh, merch, we need to do merch. I thought it best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit that I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Our new uniforms. I'm reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers. Oh, it's up there. Wait, how do I get up there? This heroic music, my god. The Scarlet Garb marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hearty defender of Limsa, yet in truth I stand for the betterment of the realm and thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh ho, and now that's a striking shade of blue, but alongside my Maelstrom uniform my wardrobe will certainly not lack for color. I don't believe we have met. I am Ilbert and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to the calamity, and I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. The uniforms are a shrewd decision. There is no easier method of creating a common bond among what is essentially a band of strangers. Gods, I did not expect to meet you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. What's up, fanboy? It is an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. A little Alamigo could learn much from Revenant's Toll. That this town can be so alive in the midst of such a desolation. I have never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. Hello there, lads. Looking for me, was ye? And I would suggest giving a whistle, but I'm not sure as I would hear it amongst all the bustle. Oh, proper uniforms and all. This thing will cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry though, I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. Oh my fucking god. Isidore has at last retired from the adventurous life, though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit. I am excited to forge my own path forward. Ah yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. Ah, Tataru mentioned you were handing out the uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits? Some few answered the call to arms put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there's much a small corps of elite warriors can achieve. And I mentioned I'd thought of a name for the company. 'Tis my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement. Is it Heavensward or something? Swear to God.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one.
I don't know about that name, dude.
Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
Come, and they came. All of them.
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death.
Miracle plot armor.
Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelin silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that the shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. Uh-oh. Hey! we finished part 5 of A Realm Reborn. Ooh,